Good morning, everyone. My mic. Okay. Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now? I just had to turn my mic all the way off and back on again. Because for some reason, it can't hear my mic. Hi, sorry, I have been talking this entire time. And for whatever reason, like, my captions were picking up. Or they were. Okay. Awesome. Sorry about that. Apologies. Anyway, I guess we'll go through all of this again. Wednesday night we went I'm late today because of a horrible last couple of days. With one good thing, and that is the picture TM. So Wednesday night we drove up to Country Christmas up in Wisconsin. We go every year. Yes, this is Briar. So this was the first time we took this picture. It was the year that she was placed with us. She was in preschool. She was early morning preschool. She'd come home. I had put her down for a nap late in the afternoon because she had gotten really sleepy. So she was asleep on the couch, and B calls me from work and is like, let's go do this thing. I found a thing to take her to tonight that might be a whole bunch of fun. I'm like, okay. So I let her sleep because I knew we were going to be out late. Pulled her up off the couch as we're getting ready to go, dropped her in the car. We drive up to the Christmas lights thing. It's a lot of fun. But then we find out there's a place you can go inside, and I'm like, oh God, I didn't do her hair. I let her sleep without a bonnet on. She was passed out on the couch. Fine, we'll go inside for a minute just to check it out. And we take this picture because it's cute. Cut to the next year. We decide we want to go back, and I'm like, well, let's just take the picture again. Okay, well then we get to 2020 over here, and then it's like, okay, well now we have to do this every year because now it's a tradition that we have to go every year. So we go this year, and then we go the next year, and then we go the next year, and then we go this year. No, you're fine. He is a very handsome man. I got very lucky with this one. Please note, you can see how much weight he's lost between just in the last year. It's all that extra cardio. But you can see, especially between these two pictures, just how much she grows in a year, because this is the coat we bought her at the beginning of winter last year. This is the same coat. We upsized it so it would last an extra year because it's a really good quality coat. She's going to need a new one next year. But you can see just how much she's grown picture by picture by picture by picture. So again, and nobody heard me the first time I said it, content warning, sick child, death in the family. So my phone had gone into work mode because we normally record for Fairwick on Wednesday nights. So my phone just goes into work mode, and then on the Wednesdays we don't record, I'm either in streams and working on other stuff. So I just let my phone shut down, especially because we were up doing family stuff, all of this. I'm going to pull up the other picture. Please note, she was not impressed with the height of the tree. She was very excited to go. She goes, I want my picture taken in front of the really tall Christmas tree. And I'm like, okay. And then we get up to the tree and she goes, it's not that tall. I'm like, kid, it is the tallest, gayest tree in Wisconsin and I love it. It's huge. It's taller than our house. And she's like, it's not that tall. She was unimpressed. See, also, I got this picture of her. It's a dope tree. It's great. And for it to be at a place that's country Christmas, that's got a bunch of Christian stuff all around it, and it's a giant rainbow tree, it amuses me to no end. And then I got this picture of her, which I love. I had to make her talk to me to get it, though, because she didn't want to smile. And then I will put up the one picture. I'm like little stick-legged, but I got a picture with her. She almost never wants to take pictures with me, but she asked this year. I was like, yes, absolutely. She always wants pictures with daddy because she loves her daddy. So we're taking this series of pictures because it's what we always do. My phone is in work mode. On the way up, we'd stopped for food. We got Wendy's. We got her a biggie bag because she's forever hungry and it's growth spurt season for her. And then I had gotten snacks a little later when we stopped for gas to munch on, and I was sharing them with her, and she's wolfing them down. And finally, I'm like, yo, don't eat too much. If you feel like you're full, it's fine. We're going to take the snacks home and you can have some more tomorrow. I don't want you to get sick. She's like, no, I'm still hungry. And it's like, okay, cool. So, and I don't put it past her because I've seen this kid pack away food. So we get done with all of this. I open my phone to start editing the photos. And am immediately in tears because when I checked my notifications as I was opening my phone, there was one from my best friend. Her youngest child turned 21 on Tuesday. Y'all have seen the picture. Y'all know him. He's my favorite of her kids because that's the rule. It was the deal we made is he got to be the favorite as long as he never got too old or too big to sit in my lap. And every time he sees me, he puts his ass in my lap. Even now, he's a foot taller than I am. So they had gone out to celebrate his 21st birthday on Tuesday, and I knew he was home, and we were hoping that we were going to get to see them this week. Well, it turns out we are going to see them this week because now we're going to her mother's funeral. Her mom died very suddenly on Wednesday. Her mom had been sick, but was getting better. And then all of a sudden on Wednesday, like there are literally pictures of the kids and her mom from like Monday, and her mom was fine. And I've known her family since just a couple of weeks after I moved here. Like I've known her and her family. I have been friends with her longer than I've ever had one continuous friendship my entire life of people I talk to on a semi-regular basis. I've been friends with her for, it's going to be 14 years this year. So she texted me and she's obviously devastated. It's Christmas. It's her son's 21st birthday. She just got married this year, or got remarried this year. And so I get that news. So I'm up for a while chatting with her. I wasn't feeling really good because my stomach has been weird since I had salmonella. So I was up and kind of queasy. So I was just awake and I fell asleep at about 1 o'clock, 2 a.m. The kid is knocking on my door. She has puked all over herself in her bed. At 2 a.m. I am a sympathetic puker. I don't do throw up very well. I had to strip her bed, get her clean up everything because everything was a mess. Because she, not knowing what to do because she didn't make it to the bathroom, tried to cover everything up and wrap it up in her covers. So I am up until like 4 a.m. Tuesday night, finally feeling better myself, finally have her asleep, have all of her stuff washing. I finally go to bed. So I got up super late yesterday morning, and yesterday was Christmas for me. Because I celebrate the solstice. I don't celebrate Christmas, except for with my family. So I spent most of the day just curled up doing absolutely nothing. And then we went out last night. Last night was nice. We had to go run some errands and stuff, but we went and picked up our food that's going to be for Christmas dinner. We went and picked up pies and what have you for dessert. We did all of that stuff last night, and then got home, and B isn't feeling very well. He's in a lot of pain. I'm in a lot of pain. Because there's a 75% chance of rain today, and by 75% chance, I can tell you right now it's going to pour all afternoon because every one of my bones hurts. But yeah, so I didn't sleep very well. I slept a little bit yesterday morning, and then last night I passed out, and I vaguely remember Briar saying goodbye to me this morning. Like I have no idea what happened. I was just out. So I'm here today. It's been a really rough couple of days. It was not the solstice I was hoping for, obviously. I do have my solstice gift to myself, which is my my Seasons of the Witch Yule cards. Already pulled mine today. FYI, the card for today is be kind to yourself and speak your truth, but speak your truth in kindness. But look at how pretty the edges of the cards are. Look at that foil. It's bright green. And then Leaf was very kind and bought me one of the is it Mabon or Imblock? Leaf got me one of the next ones. My goal is to collect all of these, so I have one for the Wheel of the Year. Now, I'm not Wiccan, so the Wheel of the Year is a little different for me, but several of the holidays overlap with other holidays in my tradition. So I have them so they rotate like every Sabbath, which is roughly 8 weeks. So I switched over to the Yule season yesterday. I'm looking for the glove that I pulled out for today and I can't find it. I just had it. My new headset, oh, it's under my phone. That's why I can't see it. My new headset did ship. I'm supposed to get it today. So we're just going to be very careful. Hi, B. Everyone thinks you're very handsome because you are. We did get a picture of me and B. I didn't post it. I should have posted it in Discord. I forgot to post it. I didn't show y'all though. He and I don't take pictures very often together. Chance of light rain in the next hour. It's gonna rain early. I told you it was gonna rain. Look at me and my baby. Hi, Tom. Wait, I'll pull the picture back up for Tom. Tom, please perceive how big this child is. Though Tom gets to see this in reverse because Tom met her at PAX when she was still this big. She was this size. So this is Tom seeing how small she once was. See, also over break, I think we're going back to this for B. I think he's going to shave his beard down to a goatee and we're bicking his head. Yeah, they do tend to do that. Just, you know. It's very wild when the children start growing. But y'all didn't come to listen to me gripe about life and show off pictures of my kid. Y'all came to watch me paint. So we're going to do that today. I'm going to start with my little white elephant. I want to work on that today because it's going to bring me joy and I need the joy today. I've got to clean this palette off later too. Oh, that's gonna be too gray. I'm gonna need more white. Oops. Picked up too much gray on the brush. Oh no, Glade, I'm sorry. Do you need anything? Is there anything we can do? I would offer to bring you soup if I was closer, but I don't think it's gonna keep all the way across there. I need to finish that damn soup TikTok from last year. I've still got all the recordings sitting there. Just, it didn't all upload correctly to my computer, so I've got like pieces of it that I have to go find which ones I'm missing. But I did a whole ass like series of stuff to put on TikTok to make my chicken cord chowder that I make. Including pictures of the dogs trying to get at my food. Seeger, baby. Hey, hey. I love you. Stop licking your feet. Why don't you go to sleep? So I'm here today. I'm functioning as best as I can with everything going on. I'm waiting to hear from my friend if she needs anything. Obviously, her family is kind of pulled in on themselves. Her family is also very messy. So there's a lot going on that end as well that is going to come into play over the next couple of days. So headset is still holding. It is still broken, but it is still holding. The hope is that my new one gets here today because it's supposed to get delivered today, and then hobbying over the weekend will be a little easier. See, also, my hair looked fucking cute as hell the other night. As y'all saw in the picture, my hair fluffed, like, again, let me pull this picture back up just so I can explain to y'all. You ever just wolf cut your hair and it just goes, because that's what my hair did. Hey, DC, can I get a shout out for DC and Tom as well, please? And Dre. Sorry, I don't know how many of my mods are here this morning and are present because the last day before the holidays. But like, you ever just have your hair go poof? That's what my hair did. B can tell you, like, I'm leaning over so you can't see quite how big it is. My hair is very big right now. It normally doesn't do that. I'm gonna open up the... I just had a thing flash. Rain coming. You think every one of my bones hurts? I can tell you the rain is coming. Oh boy, is it though. Oh shit. No, it is gonna hit right around between like noon and 1. Ouch. In case y'all are wondering why my bones hurt, we live out in here. We live... Ooh. No, we want this area, please. We live out in here. Ouch. Just all the ouch. Yeah, my hair is doing all of the poof today. I pulled it up in a ponytail now because I have to have it in a ponytail when I'm wearing my headset. Otherwise, my headset will slip off because my head is shaped funny. It's literally shaped funny. Like, I can't wear like headbands and stuff to go all the way around my head because it'll just slide off the back of my head. Yeah, you are likely to see some of it for sure, DC. They're saying it's going to be just moving right along, but it's supposed to rain here. It's supposed to start sometime between noon and 1, and then it's not supposed to stop raining until like overnight sometime. So my bones are angry. I also apparently can't hold on to things like paintbrushes today. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do one last coat of white to even everything out. Should thin this paint down just a little bit. And we are going to work on our little white elephant. We're going to add a little bit of pure white paint for some highlights. We're going to pick colors for the paws and the ears. And while that's doing that, I'm going to take a little bit of this, and we are going to also go back over this present to fill in some of the spots here where the white is still a little thin. White is very difficult to paint with in general just because it can be very streaky. The Monument Hobbies white is very, very good at coverage, but I like to do very thin coats, so I do need to do a couple coats to get it covered. So I'm just going to use this time while I have this white out to go in and fill all of this. My panda looks really good. It dried really well. It's over here on my collection of finished or close to finished presents that are waiting for either last minute details or sealing. Thank you for all the shout outs. I appreciate it. But how's everyone else doing today? How was everyone's solstice? How was everyone's week? Tom, how did mini painting go yesterday? I was lurking. Or not yesterday, Wednesday. Yesterday? Wednesday. Wednesday, you were mini painting. My days are all blurring together right now. Having lunch? What's for lunch? If you don't mind sharing. That is absolutely fair. Mini painting is absolutely very fiddly. Yum. I start food prep for the holiday tomorrow because we're actually doing our Christmas for our family. We're doing most of it Christmas Eve. Oh, that's fun, Cerulean. I can't wait to see it. Yeah. Tom, I would imagine that would probably be a big help. But December Daddy is looking real good this is now the name of the project is December Daddy. Or no, Daddy December. Let me correct that. We found out from Steven on Wednesday that Santa in Irish literally translates to Daddy December. So here we are. So he's looking pretty good. We're going to do a little bit of some highlighting on him today. I'm probably going to work on his jeans at some point today. I do have to go in and get to work on his beard as well. So but we also have, you know, all of these presents to paint and finish painting. We have all of this Ripley hair to remove from life. Just all the fucking Ripley hair. And again, these are the ones that are either done or mostly done. Please note that each of these bears is only 1 centimeter tall. And this present is even smaller. So I do need to go in and do the lines on all of the bows. Both of these need sealing. So anything that's like in the last final steps that like, because like the lines on the bows are going to be something that I do across all of the presents at once. So I have these off to the side as done and waiting for that. I actually think this one can be moved to done and waiting for that. This one I still need to highlight the bow on the present a little bit more. Which means I can start putting stuff down for other things. Which means I don't necessarily need my glove right now, which is nice because gloves get sweaty. Just gonna start putting, get all of the sticky tack up first. We're gonna put a couple of these smaller presents down. The tinier presents are really just for filling in some of the gaps as he gets glued down to the base. So we're going to work on these today as well. And I can kind of paint for as long as I want today. Small Human is home. So I do have to take a break at some point around 12:30. So in about an hour or hour and a half, I need to take a break to get her lunch. But other than that, I am home and can paint for as long as my body will let me sit here and paint. And then later today, she and I are going to wrap B's presents because we have all of his presents in the house now, and I'm going to let her help me. What else do we got going on? That's pretty much it today. Tomorrow's going to be bake the cake for Sunday. Sunday night is being Christmas Eve. My oldest is coming over, so we're doing Christmas dinner Sunday night. And then Christmas morning, we'll get up and open presents with the little one, and then we're going to do cinnamon rolls and hot cocoa for breakfast, and then leftovers, and just chilling and doing nothing for the rest of the day. I will be streaming once breakfast is done. I'm trying to think what I can work on right now, like in between layers of paint drying, though I think this is probably dry. So let me just get our little elephant sitting here. We'll do one more coat of this white paint, and then while it dries, anybody got ideas for colors for him? We need a color for the paws and ears, a color for the buttons on the eyes, and a color for the stitches. We can do pinks, we can do purples, we can do blues, greens. The nice part about the open presents is they can kind of be whatever color. For a little bit of visual interest. But I can also just make them all white and then do, you know, like Christmas or holiday colors for everything, like the red, yellow, green, just to tie it into everything else as well. Red, green, and white vibes, we can do that. Maybe I'll make the buttons red on his nose red and then green for the ears and paws. Just to switch it up because the buttons are green on the other one. Or vaporwave. No, I think red and green will work just to tie it in. Maybe do a little bit of yellow. Maybe I'll do like the stitching red and do like yellow buttons for the eyes and then green everywhere else. So then it ties in with this. That is easy enough to do. I'm looking for my dark green paint. There it is. I can start there because I kind of want to do the ribbon on this box green. So that makes it kind of easy because I can just start there. While the elephant is drying, I can just get the first base coat of green on here. Since I'm never one to shy away from food talk, what's everybody doing for holiday food this weekend if you're celebrating? I want to hear about all of everybody's traditions and what folks are eating. I'm very excited because this year we're doing like my Christmas tradition food, which I haven't got to have in a really long time. So we're doing a honey baked ham and mashed potato, loaded mashed potatoes, macaroni and cheese, green bean casserole, candied yams, yeast rolls, cornbread, fried apples or baked apples, and then pie and cake for dessert. Nice. There's the first coat of that. One of these presents is going to be green. Probably this one because I don't have one this size that's green, so. Do I? No, I don't. That's like a lot of fun though. I'm here for that, Cerulean. We always, in my family, always did like a huge thing because then we would always do leftovers for like a week later. Which is kind of the goal here. We've got the stuff for sandwiches for like a week. Plus next week's HelloFresh box. And then the week after that's HelloFresh box is all super easy meals while we like ease into... See, also, if anybody wants to try HelloFresh, please let me know. I have so many boxes I can give away. Because we've been with them for so long and the quality hasn't gone down. Ooh, cheese and crackers and veggies, nice. Hey, V. And hi, Pukra. The only real, like, quote-unquote traditional thing we've ever really done for Christmas around here is, Bee's grandma used to always make cocoa Christmas morning. So I have tried, ever since I found that out, I try to make sure every year I make hot cocoa on Christmas morning. I'm doing peppermint cocoa this year, though. Like, off the actual packaging, Hershey's cocoa. Style Christmas cocoa with a shot of peppermint in it. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm lactose intolerant, so I have to be very careful on all the cheeses and stuff, but Lactaid will usually do me all right. Christmas Day movie outing? Yeah. We did that for a long time. But it was never really my thing. One other Christmas thing that we do often do is go out to eat on Christmas Day. We go out for food at restaurants where people traditionally don't celebrate Christmas. So they're open. Like, we'll go out for hibachi or sushi or dim sum or something like that. But this year we're not going to. This year I think we're staying home because I'm going to stream. That sounds really, really good, V. what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a little bit larger wad of sticky tack here and do what I did for my panda, and I'm going to lay the little white elephant down on his back so that I can get his ears and his paws all in one shot. Yeah. I gotta get closer to my screen here. There we go. Like, my immediate family didn't really have traditions growing up other than we did Christmas on Christmas Eve. Because my parents didn't like getting up early. So we did Christmas dinner on Christmas Eve, and then we went to midnight mass, and then we would get home from midnight mass, and then we would open presents when we got home, and then we weren't allowed to touch them till the next day. Everybody had to go to bed. And then, like, once I moved here with B, we always did stuff with his family, but now that his mom has passed, they all go do other stuff. So now it's just us. But even though it's just us, there's also a lot of, you know, weird stuff that goes on there because we do have an adult child that has another half of her immediate family that she spends time with, so. And my sister always goes to her in-laws. She never comes here for any holiday. She stays with her in-laws. Are they really? How so, Glade? I am nosy because I am very nervous about my Golden Demon entry having 3D printed pieces on it. Well, one of the entries. I mean, the items themselves, it was all going to be just like terrain to make it look like the mid-90s because it's not anything they make. Oh, Lord. Cerulean, that sounds horrific. Correct. But like terrain stuff, they don't usually care, right? As long as it's nothing. That's anything like anything they carry. Nice. Wonder if that means they're gonna let Thunderhead put his dreadnought back up. Since it was free. Gotcha. Yeah, that is on the list of things I gotta do this weekend, is make the hard list of everything that B's gotta print for me for terrain, for Golden Demon, and for Resin Beast. I'm gonna let that coat dry and go do another coat on all of these. Yeah, I'm kind of in that same boat, but I keep like looking at all the competition painting I want to do, and I'm just like, when do I have time? I think at the end of the day, it's really just going to depend on how well competition season goes for me this year and see what happens. If numbers here start to really pick up and I can get back to like continually having, say, 100 subs, so I'm not constantly worried about like being able to pay for the stream to run itself. Because, you know, expenses are very real. I think that's when I start really like working on my armies, start working on other stuff besides competition painting. Because right now competition painting is the avenue to get my name out there so I can get more commissions and sponsorships. So the hope is that, you know, Adepticon, Nova all start to bring people in. I don't know if I'm going to make it to Gen Con or not. Oh, all my color schemes are slow, but I'm a very slow painter anyway because of my handshakes and my brain injury. So I've never been a fast painter, which is why I kind of lean into the super detail-oriented stuff, because I'm going to spend, you know, forever painting a model anyway. I think when I start painting Briar's army, that one's going to be really fast because he's doing Ultramarines just because it's simple and there's so much information out there for learning the game. And we bought the Leviathan box, so I have a bunch of stuff for them anyway. Plus, I also have I have a 2,500 point. I have on my own a 2,500 point Ultramarine army I can paint. Plus the Leviathan box for him. Because I did the Imperium subscription, of which my last package has shipped. So I have it's almost 2,500 point army of Ultramarines with some sisters for backup. And then I have a 2,400 point Necron army. And then I also have my Tyranids from the Leviathan box. So I've got quite a bit I can paint. Oh, ads just popped. Sorry for anybody who's stuck. I didn't get the warning. Seeker, stop licking your foot. Did you break your nail again? Seeker, stop it. Go to sleep. Fucking weirdo. But yeah, I think I'm going to hop into, like, once I get all of my competition stuff done, depending on what I decide to do about Gen Con and Nova, because I really think that because they're so close together, I'm going to have to pick between the two, and it's going to be Nova if I have to pick. Because Nova is arguably the larger painting competition, and from the TTRPG side of things, I'm not getting as much traction as I would like because I'm not on as much. I do have 2 shows, but they are not getting the level of views that some other shows are going to get. So the likelihood that I'm going to get invited to panels and stuff or shows or whatever for Gen Con is pretty slim. But Nova is such a big painting competition that I feel like being there is going to serve me better on the painting side of things. Welcome back from ads. I'm sorry to anybody who got stuck behind them. I did not get the warning that ads were coming. That's it. We will grab a little more of this green. To coat anything that looks like it got missed. I did reach out to my emote artist just to touch base. I have not heard back yet. But hopefully we will have those any day now. I'm trying to decide what kind of design I want to do on this box, or if I want to leave it white. Or coat it in metallic white and make the box itself metallic, because that could also be really cute. Also, while we're chilling, does anybody want to play Stream Raiders? Because I'll pull it up. I think we have enough people. Always down for Raiders? All right, well, let me get it pulled open then. There it is. I'm like, where's my Stream Raider stuff? All right, this is a pretty easy one, so we'll see what happens. There we go. We'll battle it out in 30. Y'all do the thing. Honestly, if the tiny human is really good this weekend, I might let her paint this weekend. I might grab her a couple of minis and sit her down with them. Oh no. Anybody want Void Boy? Because Void Boy has inserted himself into the other bed. I'll adjust the lighting so that it's easier to see him. Have one void loaf. Trying to get a nice dark red going here to do the eyes for the elephant to start with, because then you bring it up to the brighter. There we go. Of course, Ripley hair right off the bat. Well, I was going to do yellow for the eyes, wasn't I? The red is supposed to be for the things. I'm paying attention to what I said I was going to do. I am okay, folks. Hey, Caffeinated Miniatures. Happy Friday. How are you doing today? I am doing okay. The last couple of days have been pretty rough, but today I'm doing all right. I got some sleep. I overslept, which is why I was running late to stream today. But doing okay. Just working on December Daddy and all of the little pieces that are going to go in the thing with him, because it's got to be done here in about a week. So but I have all day to paint today. I have nothing going on this evening. My kid is home, so I don't have to worry about, you know, if something happens and I have to go rush and get her from her after school program, because their after school program does run over the holidays, except for today, Monday, and the 1st. Other than that, they get to be with their friends and have stuff to do over break. So, but she is home today. She's currently in her playroom hanging out. I am going to be getting her lunch in about 45 minutes or so. Probably right around the next ad break, I will pop over there and grab her food, and take a break. So nice. That's awesome. Both or all three? Because there's actually, I believe, 4 versions of him. There's 2 in that file, but then there's also a bust, and there's also lumberjack version. The lumberjack version's pretty great. Nice. Very cool. Because there's Santa with the mug and Santa with the fireplace. And then the lumberjack. I'm sitting up straight. Just do a stretch real quick. Notice we also have Void Boy today. And the other dog is not under my desk. She's actually on the couch. She lays herself usually when the small human is home. She doesn't usually stay in my office. She stays between the two of us so that she always knows where we both are. I lost my whole train of thought of what I needed to work on next. This. I have to highlight the bow. Yes, Ripley, I said your name. Are you okay? Ripley just squeaked. And we are playing Stream Raiders, and we are just kind of hanging out today. Is my volume really loud? My music was up so loud. Oh my God, sorry, y'all. I just realized how loud it was. I'm like, that sounds like it's really loud. Is that my speakers? No, I actually had my volume up too loud. I hope y'all have all the fun painting him because he's a really fun mini. I do have the seal coat for them now. It got delivered Wednesday night. I don't have my new headset. That's going to be here later today. I'm really hoping that, by the time we get to Christmas morning stream, because I am streaming on Christmas. So if anybody needs a place to go, if anybody has toxic family and you just want to be able to like check out or listen to something on your phone, or if you don't have anywhere to go, or you're just by yourself or just feel like hanging out, or if you don't celebrate, I'm going to be here. Or if you do celebrate and you just want to come hang out, I'm going to be here. Chloe is doing a heckin' bark outside. If you're new here, Chloe is the dog who lives behind us, who my dog is very much in love with, and he loves her so much. She's his favorite dog. She's just barking up a storm out back for some reason. Must not be a big deal because he hasn't gotten up to go check on her. And normally he's at the back door when she's barking. So she might just be barking just to bark, so he's ignoring it. So what's everybody up to today? Anybody do anything fun today? Did anybody celebrate the solstice yesterday? I started my process of goal planning and moving into my new planners yesterday as part of my solstice stuff. My goals for 2024, I am being very specific to not make numbers-based goals for streaming. I think the only numbers-based goal that I'm going to have for streaming is to get to 3,000 followers by the end of next year, which is totally plausible. That's fair. I mean, I'm with you on that. Like, I have a lot of pending projects that are just kind of hovering that I need to really just hunker down and finish. But yeah, goals wise, I'm very clearly not letting myself do numbers based goals, because the content creator economy is just so weird right now, and there's been such a drop off when I decided to change to full-time painting. And it's very frustrating to know that I could put up a crochet tag right now and grab some of my yarn and my numbers would probably double because people would come back. Like, I have people that have not been here in so long that they still think I stream crochet once in a while. So I am not doing any numbers-based goals other than follower goals, which is to get to 3,000 here. I'm going to make some Instagram goals, but most of those are not going to be numbers-based. It's going to be like remembering to post once a week at minimum. Post more progress shots, that kind of stuff. Painting wise, I'm going to learn how to do non-metallic metal this year. Non-metallic metal and OSL are two things I'm going to tackle in 2024. I'm going to practice, I'm going to fail a lot, and I'm going to keep beating my head against it till I figure it out. Sorry, I gotta switch how I'm sitting. It is a very high pain day as the rain is making its way here. Yeah, I'm going for small, tangible stuff that's easy to stay on top of. I'm gonna go grab my Dragonfire red. I'll be right back. I need a brighter red than the Pyro red. And I think my Dragonfire one will be bright enough to do edge highlights with. Mommy's just getting up to get a paint. Stay right there. You're fine. Do you want to scritch? Mommy will lean down in frame and say hi to everybody and rub your belly. Oh, hi, baby. Oh, your sister's going to get jealous because I pet you. No, that's fair. I mean, I have house goals this year too, actually. Most of my house goals, though, are like trying to remember, you know, my love of interior decorating and get my house back to looking really nice, and setting goals that are very close to. That's still really close. That might be just bright enough. Still doesn't come across as an edge highlight. Okay, how do I brighten this? Maybe an orange? Or a drop of yellow, maybe? I literally just stuck my fingers in yellow paint. I moved that and I got yellow paint all over me. Yeah. No, that's fair. I think that's very reasonable, honestly. You're gonna see if this is now bright enough. I don't want to put any white in it, because if you put white in it, it's going to shift pink, and we don't want pink. We want a bright red. Now I'm going to have fluorescent red on Tuesday. If this doesn't work, I will use the fluoro red, and that's just going to be the brightest that I can get it. I'd prefer not to, because I really wasn't planning on doing fluorescence on this piece, so. Yeah, my house goals is like there's going to be a big purge of a lot of stuff in this house this year, I think. I mean, you can see it now, kind of. I might just push it into the orange and it's just going to be a very red orange. Yeah, house stuff, it's going to be, there's going to be a lot of purging this year, and a lot of it's going to be clothes that I really don't wear. Clothes Princess can't wear anymore, or doesn't wear. Just general stuff that isn't getting used. All right, battle cries in chat. Hey Trig, welcome in. I want to spend the time and the money that it's going to take to get frames for all of our family pictures to put back up. Oh well, boo. We may end up with bot help on the next one just because, but we'll try it again. There we go. Oh no. Oh no, y'all, do you see it? Do y'all see it? Do you see the thing? It looked like I touched his ears. Did you see that? I pointed my paintbrush at him and it looked like I touched his ears because he jumped. But look at that ear. Look at that big old floppy ear. Look at that cute baby. What a goober you are. You're my goober, but you are a goober. In case y'all were wondering just how big his ears are. And he normally doesn't have them flopped up like that. It's just the way he's laying down. Every time he sits up, his ears pop back down, and then he lays back down and it just flops. He's a floppy-eared angel today. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put a marker in right now so that I can come back and clip his ear. Yeah, adding an extra bit of yellow is definitely the play, because the red orange still reads as red. Why is he so cute? No, thank you, Cerulean. Oh, he's just too damn cute, y'all. There. Edge highlighted present. May seem like it's not a lot, but like it makes such a difference. Yeah, I think I'm going to want to go around the bottom edge too, but I don't want to do that until after I'm done with the black outlines. I may come back and do the bottom edges of that. I'm going to use this really bright red to bring up some of these bows and stuff too, so. But only just like little bits right on the edges of these. Just to give it that little bit of extra highlight. I love when he sleeps and his ear goes up. It's so rare. I mean, with Ripley, we expect it because whenever she's asleep, that one ear is up. For him, it's just usually a way that he's laying, and it almost never happens. Nope. Sitting here with another present to do, and okay. Good morning, I am a panda, and I am not awake all the way yet. I will be eventually. This song always feels like it's kind of a Christmas song. Don't worry, we're not playing any holiday music on Monday. It's just going to be a regular, you know, everyday stream. Anybody got opinions on the colors for these little boxes? Maybe do one of them silver, because I'm going to be getting my metallics out to work on some of these silvers here in a little bit. I'm going to take this red because I've got so much of it and tone it back down with a little bit of my vampire garments to get it down to a darker red again. I don't want to waste the paint, but I also don't want it to be this bright to do the stitching on our elephant friend. That might still be too orange. I think it'll be fine though. Hydrate. I will get that for you in just a moment. Thank you, Frank. Frank, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, okay, I'm just not happy with that color at all, so I am just going to get fresh paint and call it done and call that a waste of paint. But I have bottle. It is caffeinated water, but it is sugar-free. All right, I'm going to get like a drop of this Carbide Crimson, and that's just what I'm going to use for these stripes. Because I know it is the exact color red that I need. I could have just gotten a drop of that, but why when I can be complicated? Ads are going to pop in about 7 or 8 minutes. When we get to like the 3 or 4 minute warning before ads, I'm going to pop up and get my kid lunch and put my dogs in the yard that is not the front. I am also going to grab my clear varnish, I think, so I can varnish the bears. Because my small human does need to eat lunch. There's a hair in the tip of this brush I gotta get out because it is splitty a little bit. It's being a little weird. I'm definitely fighting the handshakes pretty hard today because it is such a high pain day because it's fixing to rain. It hasn't started yet, but it is very, very gray outside. That was weird. There we go. Okay. It's very bright, so the white gets blown out a little bit, but he's looking pretty cool. All right, time for me to take a break. I'm going to go get my kids some lunch. I'm going to put my dogs outside because I'm sure they need to go out, even though they're sleeping. But you saw his eye open the minute I said outside. Stream Raiders is up and going. We got about 10 minutes before the battle. We obviously have bots that are involved this time, so it'll be a real quick battle. But I will get that once we come back. I should only be gone for 5 or 6 minutes. As I knock everything all over my desk. I should only be gone for like 5 or 6 minutes. It's not going to take me a long time to get everybody settled. So enjoy your breaks. Everybody get up, stretch, take your meds if you haven't taken your meds. Make sure you hydrate. If you need to eat, eat. And I'll be back here in 5-6 minutes. Yeah, it's outside time, babies. All right, I am back. Thank you all for your patience. This is my new waterproof medium. We're gonna see how this works. It is supposed to be waterproof. And it's supposed to be able to seal acrylic. So we're gonna get started on sealing the bears. All right, enjoy your lurk. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. This sealer has to dry for 30 minutes at minimum between coats. So I'm going to coat the tops of both bears. And then next ad break, I will coat the bottom of them. And I will keep flipping them as we go. But we're going to get started with sealing the things I know can be sealed. Seeger, stop it. This is going to be a X-Acto knife needed removal. But how's everybody doing? What's everybody up to? Wow, that is a very overfull decoupage medium. I will get to stream readers here in just a minute. I want to get the lid off of this medium and not make a huge mess of myself in my desk. So trying to do it with tweezers, that's not working. This is going to be one of those complicated, I'm going to end up with it all over my hands thing. All right. Okay, I need one of my shitty brushes, or shittier brushes. There we go. I'm gonna go ahead and get Stream Reader started while I start the coats of this decoupage. All right, well done, everybody. Let me grab quests. Let me double check what my quests are. Y'all don't forget yours. Don't forget to grab your snowflakes if you haven't gotten them yet. Wants me to drop rogues. I can do that. Level something. Grade my Lancer, which is a new unit that they have. All right, there we go. So this decoupage medium is incredibly thick. So it is beating up my minis a little bit here. Trying to get it onto them. I could probably water it down, but I don't know if I want to or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on a glove so I don't get this all over myself, and I am just going to cover them and then drop them down on here because the sticky tack and stuff is getting stuck into the medium, and that's not a good thing. So not even want to come out of here? Like, what the hell? Okay. That's weird. Oh, because there's also a foam cap on it. So there's a foam cap and there was a plastic. That's interesting. There we go. I don't want... Okay. So basically, this is going to be one of those things where I am just going to have to do it with the gloves on, paint the whole thing, and then just put them down and let them dry, and then do it again. And just try to make sure that I cover the entire piece in a very, very thin coat. Because it is decoupage medium and it's made to lay down a little thicker, but that's also part of the, when it cures very, very hard and waterproof. So we're just going to cover both of these really well. Using a very old beat up brush that I don't use for anything besides dry brushing. Because every bit of these have to be covered and sealed, because if any of it touches the water, any of the acrylic paint touches the water, you're done. It will cloud up the water and it will ruin the piece. They're all going to get 2 to 3 really good coats of this stuff as pieces finish. off doggo cam because the dogs have left the cam. At some point, I will make a doggo cam button so I can just hit the button and everything turns on and off. I just keep forgetting to do it because, you know, busy. And it is raining already, so that is the thing that is going on. Okay. I'm trying to remember where I'm at on what I'm doing now. I think I'm going to take like a drop of this yellow and a little bit of white to highlight the buttons on the elephant. And then I'm going to have to start making some like actual decisions here on some things about patterns, designs, that kind of thing. So and I think that's kind of my biggest problem with this piece right now is trying to find the balance between overdone and underdone amounts of design work on some of these pieces. Because I don't want there to be too much pattern because I don't want it to be distracting, but then I don't want it to be so little pattern on some stuff that it feels like it's underdone. So it's a really, really delicate balance. Eager enough. Hey, Princess, can you go upstairs and close the laundry room door, please? Thank you. I have stuff in the dryer making all of the noise on earth. I think that Ripley popped the door open as I was trying to close it because she was right behind me. I don't think it closed the whole way. And all I'm hearing is like the zipper from one of my kids' hoodies smashing against the inside of the dryer. I wish it could focus a little bit better, but the lights blow out the white because the white is just so bright. But let's see if I could shadow it a little bit. Nah, it doesn't want to, but it's really cute in person. I am going to go in with like a dark gray and do the seams all around it. I'm also going to lighten the ears, which I'm going to probably pull out a light green to get started on that right now. So... I'm just going to put it right on top of here. I might have thinned that down too much. I think I did. Too much water is a bad thing too. I'm excited about how this is all going to turn out, y'all. I'm looking forward to seeing what the finished product looks like. Because again, with Aphantasia, I can't picture it. I just kind of have a general idea. Keep hearing this like tip tap noise and I couldn't figure out what it was, and I'm like, do I have like a can open that's got something fizzy in it? No, I'm actually hearing the rain like tank on the outside of the house. Because of the direction the rain is falling. Because it is raining pretty good now. There's no wind, it's just rain. It's it's gonna be one of those things where it's just that really long, all day soaking rain. My backyard's gonna be a mud pit. Ripley will be thrilled, Seeger less so. Trying to decide what to do for these two little boxes. Because again, they are filler boxes. They are to go in like in between stuff. To fill gaps in the diorama itself inside the snow globe once it gets started. Because the way I'm sitting, because I'm in pain, I gotta back my camera up a little bit so y'all can see a little better. Apparently Ripley was up in my bedroom because I just heard her hit the ground floor. She must have gone up to get a toy she left up there. She was so funny last night because I almost never go to bed first. I'm usually not the first person upstairs. Last night I was the first of us to go upstairs between me and B. And Ripley, instead of grabbing a toy to take to Papa upstairs, grabbed a toy and ran it down to the basement for him. To be like, hey, it's bedtime. Mama's going upstairs, so toy. Because she brings him a toy every day. It's very cute. Slowly but surely, y'all. This red still got paint to it, yeah. I'm gonna try to work this red back up and paint a design on this box. I think I'm probably going to do the same kind of candy cane design that I did on the other one. Just for cohesion. But I think I'm going to do more of the like actual candy cane striping where it's like a couple thin stripes and then a thick stripe. thicker than I meant it to be. I'm just gonna grab some of this white and clean it up. Again, because of how bright my lights are, it is kind of hard to see it on camera, but like that angle, you can kind of see it. And I think I'm gonna paint the lid red. Just all red with the candy stripe box. Or do vertical lines like a peppermint. Actually may just take this off of here and put it on one of the blue ones so I have a little more room to work, and put it on my paint handle. I think that's probably going to be the play. Okay, definitely can tell the handshakes are a thing, but it reads well from far, and that's kind of the important part. All right, let's do Stream Raiders real quick. That is a lot of stuff. I'm gonna put high ground right in here. And we just gonna hit the button and go. I love that it's having to march all the way across the map for inanimate objects. All right. We're gonna go to the special boss. It will scale everything back down, so we probably won't have bot help, so bring your best. We'll probably lose a couple of them before we win, but that's fine. Just bring your strongest units. And we'll stack up right there. And I will continue to draw tiny little lines. I'm going to paint over the ones that I just did because they are not... They do not look like they should. So I'm going to do a quick erase. To thin this paint back down just a little bit. While that panel dries, I'm going to do the lid. The lid is much easier because I'm just going to draw a little diagonal or a little line straight out from the middle. Paint got so thin all of a sudden. What the heck? I added like a drop of water to thin it back down because it was thickening up, but it shouldn't be that thin. What the hell?
I'm not picking up the lines on the other ones just to make a match. Okay, there we go, much better. I'm gonna get another drop of this carbide crimson because that thinned down a lot. So I'm gonna get another drop of it and mix in what I have here so that it is the right consistency. And then finish up the stripes on this box and then go from there. I'll need this color because I have to flip the elephant over and there's a couple of stitches and stuff that need to get done there. I also need to do the seams on the elephant, which I'm probably going to do in Payne's Gray like I did on the other one. What's everybody up to? Y'all are very quiet today. Hope everyone is having a good Friday. Nice. Anything particularly fun with the D&D prep you would like to share? Feel free. Speaking of D&D, I will likely be streaming on New Year's, and if I am, it looks like Zambies who's another Chicago-based painter who is really, really rad. It looks like she's going to be running a one-shot over on her channel. I don't think she's DMing. I think they have someone that's going to be DMing. But if they are live when we are done, we're going to raid over there and watch because it's going to be delightful fun because we do have some community members that are going to be in that game. So... Oh my god, I love that so much.
Trig, have I ever told y'all the Fraggle Rock story? I don't know if I've told this story on stream. When I was a freshman in college at Florida State, back, you know, when LimeWire and stuff was a thing before Monster got taken down, that kind of stuff. One of my friends was like, you know what show I missed from when I was a kid? Fraggle Rock. So we download the Fraggle Rock theme song and play it. And somebody that lived across the hall from us was like, oh my God, crank that shit. So we did, and we opened all of our doors and we just cranked it. And all of a sudden we had like 30 people in the hallway dancing and singing Fraggle Rock at the top of our lungs. Our RAs were like, what is wrong with all of you? It's like 2 o'clock in the morning and we were having a Fraggle Rock jam session like a week before midterms. It was ridiculous. It was very funny. It was so fun. It was like one of those core memories of like some of the very good times I had while I was there. There aren't many, but that was definitely one of them. There, what do we think of our little stripy box? It feels Christmassy enough to me. But I love Fraggle Rock. Fraggle Rock was one of my favorite things. Yeah, it's a candy cane present. We do have an ad starting in about 3 minutes just to give everybody a heads up. I'm just going to be chilling here painting. Nobody's going to miss a whole lot, I don't think. Sorry, I had paint under my nail. I had to get it. I loved Fraggle Rock so much. The Very Wise Trash Pile, one of my favorite things. All right, I'm gonna get some more of this green out to highlight the bow on here. I think after this round of highlights, as long as it's not super streaky, this present's going to be done and awaiting
outlining and accents, and then it'll go over on the waiting for black, because that's going to be kind of, that whole pile is waiting for tiny little black lines. I'm going to let that dry, and then once that's dry enough that I can touch it, I will move it over to the to be highlighted pile. I think that this piece is ready for the to be highlighted pile as well. So we're going to take this off of here and stick this over with stuff. I think our Lelephant is good for me to be able to turn him over and do the stitches. Just going in and getting all of these little stitches on the back of here done. And then I will get out the Payne's Gray for some highlighting of like all of the little seams that this thing has. Welcome back from ads, whoever got stuck behind them. I think I'm gonna work on some silvers. I think that's kind of where I need to go right now because I do have a few pieces that have silver on them. Actually need to put this one on my shaker because I haven't pulled this one out in a little bit, so. All right. Time to work on some silvers. Actually, I might grab one of these little ones and make it silver as well. Anything else that has silver on it that I need to work on? I don't think so. I think I actually might make the bow on this one silver though, so. Time to work on little silver prezzies. Don't think we have a silver one with a red bow, so that will probably be this one. Will likely have a red bow. It'll be a silver present with a red bow. I say as I put silver on the bow because I was talking about a bow and not paying attention. I am okay, folks. Now, I'm not going to bring this one up from a darker silver. I am actually going to bring this up, just start in the mid-range to give it a little bit of a different feel from some of the other pieces. And while I am working with this silver, I will also probably pull Santa out because Santa's got silver on like his belt and the buckles on his boots. So I may pull him out and add the highlights to him as well while I have these colors out. So. I will be working on this piece through the evening and also through the weekend, so there will be lots of progress when I come back on Monday with it. At least that's the hope. Today's what, the 22nd? It's due in 9 days. I love how every time I like turn this thing around and sit up a little bit, my shoulder is cracking today. That'll tell you how much rain we're getting. Just everything just going pop, crack, crack, pop, pop, crack, crack, pop. Non-stop, just everything popping and cracking. I'm gonna adjust how I'm sitting a little bit, and then we're gonna get our bigger brush to work on this larger present. I'm also gonna stretch. I encourage everyone to stretch. Get your stretches in. Take care of your bodies. Don't be like me and shrimp for hours. Thank you to everybody dropping units for Stream Raiders. It's actually going to pop here in a second, so it's a good time for me to do a stretch. All right, battle cries in chat. And away we go.
Don't worry about it, y'all. It happens. We're going to go ahead and restart this one. We're going to pop down in the exact same spot. Yep. It's because of the scaling. So I'm a Stream Raiders partner, but I am a Stream Raiders partner because I had very close to partner numbers on Twitch for a while. And they partnered me because my CV was high enough and it looked like it would stay that way. And because I am a partner, but my viewership is significantly lower now, they want it to look like I have a bunch of people playing with me, so they send bots into my non-boss streams, or non-boss battles. But when you get to a boss, because they want it to be a thing where they didn't help you beat a boss, they take the bots away. But the number of people playing at any given time increases or decreases the difficulty of any given fight. So because we've had bot help for 3 or 4 things, it thinks there's 150 people playing with us. So it turns it around and now it's got to scale back down for the actual number of people playing. And it usually takes 3 or 4 tries to do that. There is no way to shut it off. They pretend like they're not actually doing that. But at any given time playing Stream Raiders, they expect me to have 50 people in my chat and most of those people playing Stream Raiders along with. And if that's not happening, the program sends bots in to help, quote unquote.
Just going in and starting to bring these silver highlights up to make this box look even more silver as opposed to this dark like gunmetal color. But I do actually have to let it fully dry in between coats, otherwise it gets a little swirly. So I will drop down to the smaller brush and go back to the boxes while the bigger box dries. But yeah, we're just hanging out painting today. It's a good day for it. It's really, really gross weather outside, so obviously I ain't going nowhere. I do have to wrap some more presents. I have to wrap the rest of Bee's presents this afternoon. I have a couple of little ones for Princess that I need to wrap. I might not even have to wrap them. I think that what I have left for her is stocking stuffers. One of them might need to get wrapped because it might be too big for her stocking. We're gonna see. And then Bee's stopping tonight to get the rest of the stocking stuffers things, as well as presents for the doggos, because we don't have presents for them yet, but they really just need a couple of toys and like a couple of cookies, really. They don't care. They just care that people are jumping around doing stuff in the morning and they're like, what? It's too early for this. I also need everyone to please understand how angry Seeger is going to be next week. If he seems like he's in a mood, he's in a mood. B is not working, and thus Seeger is going to not be able to just climb in bed every morning and stay in bed with Mama all morning. The only day B works next week is Wednesday, so he will be a grumpy baby. Yep, he'll get over it. He's just going to be a grump. Something just got delivered to the house, I think, because my phone just pinged and it said it was the security cameras, so I'm assuming it's that. It's probably my last of my Imperium magazine subscription, if I had to guess. So part 3 of my Dreadnought. And then I think there's like 2 other models. I'm thinning this paint down just a little bit more. Now I am really going to be getting at this present, and I don't want it to feel really streaky, though it still is. I'm going to just, you know what? I'm not even going to use water. I'm just going to get out my medium and go for it. Much better. I'm kind of flooding this on the surface because then it doesn't have as many brush strokes. Which, with their new medium, that's with their line, they're reformulating. Turbodork is reformulating their entire line coming next year. It's going to debut at Adepticon. I think some people are going to get some stuff ahead of that. I'm going to ask if I have a way to, like, buy the line so I can test it out. But I'm really excited about it because they are... the new medium that they're using is going to be able to hold double the amount of pigment, and is also going to make brush painting a lot easier. Because right now they're really designed to be used in an airbrush. I have found ways to work with them to make them usable in, you know, brush form. Hey, Woat! Happy holiday weekend. Yesterday was my big holiday because it was the solstice, but the rest of my family celebrates Christmas, so we are going to be doing holiday dinner on Sunday, and then Monday morning we'll be opening presents and doing holiday brekkie, and then I'll be streaming on Monday. So anybody who doesn't celebrate or needs a place to hang out will have a place to hang out. Yes, you too. But yeah, yesterday was a solstice, and I am Hecatean, so I celebrate the solstice, not really Christmas so much anymore. I mean, Christmas is my favorite holiday, but Christmas is my favorite holiday because of like pagan reasons. I like Christmas trees. I really like Christmas lights. I really like decorating things. We're gonna let all of that dry. While all that dries, we're gonna pull out Daddy December and work on him for a couple of minutes. I do need to grab a clean glove. My other one has varnish on it, and I'm gonna need to actually, you know what? I'm gonna grab the dirty glove real quick, and by dirty, it's just because it has varnish on it. Oh, I love that. I celebrated the solstice yesterday, kind of. I didn't really get to celebrate. We have had a lot going on over the last couple of days. We've had a sick kid. My best friend had one of her parents pass away. So, you know, it's been a lot. Let's see if I can thin this down with a little bit of water or not. No. Okay. I'm going to leave that alone and not fuck with it. I'm just going to get fresh medium. Yeah, my daughter got really sick the other night. So it's just been a lot. So I didn't get good sleep overnight Wednesday night going into yesterday. So I just had a very quiet day. I started moving into my new planners for the new year. Okay, this water may have too much pigment in it, and it's making it difficult to do things. Okay. Trying to use a really, really wet brush with this, because it does kind of gloop on a little bit. Please tell me I did not seal a dog hair onto this panda. Oh my god. Ugh. All that work, and now there's a random dog hair in the fucking panda because it got sealed on there. So the littlest piece of Seeger's hair is attached to the panda, which I suppose tracks, but still. Yes, Monument has restocked on a bunch of stuff. I know Noosh just came back in. I know that the full thing or the big shebang of their core set just came back in. So yeah, there was just a big restock at Monument. So if you are ordering stuff, thank you for using my link and thank you for using my code. I don't think anybody has taken advantage of it yet. I actually have stuff coming from them. Should be here Tuesday. So this is a decoupage medium. It is waterproof after a couple of coats. You do have to let it dry a significant amount between layers. I am just trying to get these bears sealed so that they don't get dinged up getting knocked around on things. And you have to let it dry a significant amount between coats. So it says at least 30 minutes. I'm giving them an ad break. I'm giving them each an hour. At least. and letting them just hang out. One of your players needs some brush soap? Awesome. Their brush soap is amazing. Alright, now we are going to take the glove that is got varnish on it off. We're going to change the paint water because I'm working with so much silver and this paint water has gotten very red. And I don't think we're going to be working with the reds for a little bit, so... I probably could have done some, like, highlighting on Santa's jacket and stuff, but... I will say, as much as I don't plan on doing anything besides Golden Demon stuff for the next several months, I may have one small project come home with me next Thursday. And by small, I mean very small. One of the players in my D&D game still has her mini unpainted, and I told her if it wasn't painted by the end of the year, I was going to steal it and paint it. I have offered to loan her my supplies. I have offered to paint it for her. I'm like, I'm just going to paint the damn thing if it's not painted. I was like, and then you can wander around and tell everybody your mini was painted by an award-winning mini painter. Like, I'm not even charging her. I'm just going to steal the mini and fucking paint it because it needs to be painted and put on a base. Okay, Santa. All right, so what I'm going to be doing now is I'm going to start working on some of the silvers on Santa's belt buckle and his boot buckles. They've already been base coated in black. I'm not going to go to the mid-range like gunmetal silver. I'm just going to start right in with the silver at this point. Because it will still look good because there's so much black around it with the belt and stuff. So I'm not super concerned about it being the shading. Right now it's about getting paint on the mini because I have to... So... He's obviously very large, and this decoupage varnish needs to dry an hour between coats, and he's going to need at minimum 3 coats. And the paint under it has to dry for at least a day or 2 before I can put the varnish over it. And I actually think that I will need to thin the varnish down a little bit for him. So he may need like 4 or 5 coats of varnish. Before I can even think about getting him into the actual snow globe, so... You're welcome. Thank you for using it. Now, I don't know if my code is a one-time or a multi-use code. Some of them are multi-use codes, some of them are one-time codes, but whenever you're ordering, if you use my link, I get a kickback. They are testing having codes be multi-use. Because there's so many people that just like go through, and when they place their monument orders, they just find a code that they haven't used yet and get it. And it makes it really hard to track which of their affiliates are, or I'm assuming that's why they're starting to test multi-use code. It makes it hard to track which of their affiliates are actually sending them business. I didn't know that it actually showed human name, but that's fine because that's public information, so I'll double check though.
But it will say, you know, you're shopping with, so you know who you're shopping with. So I am going to change it to Awkwardish Panda though, because I didn't realize I could change that. It'll say Awkwardish Panda now. Oh, this weather. All right, let's get Stream Raiders running. Battle cries in chat. Whoa, I hit the button and it didn't come up. There we go. All right, let's try that again. It'll click over eventually, so we're just gonna keep going. I'm not worried about it. Yeah, it already went a lot better. The scaling's coming down. Already looking better. With all that silver highlighting on him. But now, we're going to bring it up to the next silver. Spreading out, everyone will group up automatically. So if you want to try to spread out, feel free. But everyone will start to group up automatically. And if we're too spread out, I can't give everybody the buff. Which is the other thing. The more spread out we are, the buff can only go in like so much space. All right, let me mix up these paints to thin them down. We're going to start brightening these silvers now.
And after this, silver should only really need one coat on a lot of stuff. And then the white to bring it up, like spot highlights and edge highlighting. Because this silver is very, very shiny. This is a silver that's just, it's incredibly highly pigmented. So it should really only need a couple of coats at most, if not just the one. It really should only need one. We're gonna see, but I just stuck that in the wrong paint. We do have an ad starting in like 3 minutes, just so everybody has the heads up. You probably aren't going to miss a whole lot. I'm just sitting here painting. Everyone stretch. Unshrimp and stretch. Stretch your bodies. Ads are in progress, so we will see everybody back in just a minute.
Oops.
Welcome back, everyone. If you were stuck behind ads, the only thing that you missed is me mixing up some metallic white paint. The metallic white was not showing up on top of the silver, so I added a little bit of my Monument Hobbies Bold Titanium White, which is the best white on the market. I highly recommend it. It is what sold me on the brand, was ordering a bottle of that. But because it wasn't showing up, I wanted to be able to edge highlight this, so I mixed in a little bit of the Bold Titanium White with some of my metallic white, both from Army Painter and Turbo Dork. I mixed them all together to just give me a very cool effect on this white so that I could do edge highlighting. And still have the piece look metallic. And then I will go in with this and use it to very gently highlight some of the bows at the very, very highest points. To just give it a little bit of a lift. And do the same thing with this bow. Just get it right on the tallest, highest places on the bow. And it's such a subtle thing that the camera doesn't even really pick it up. It will pick it up in the final photos. It won't on this camera. It just looks shiny. Which is fine. In the final photos, it should show really well. And inside the snow globe, it should show really well. I think those are fine, so we're going to let these dry. I'm going to grab Santa and we're going to start highlighting with the silver and white on his belt and his boots. All right, it is Panda Bop time. I'm trying to be very cognizant of where the light hits on him now, because now as we're bringing up the highlights, we've got to pay attention to that. Welcome back. I almost just broke Santa. He slipped. Yo, I would have cried and given up at that point. If I drop this and break it, like I don't know that there is coming back from it. I hope Lurk Nap went well. I feel that sometimes those are the best naps. Got 2 minutes left on Stream Raider, so drop those last minute units if you can. I have to re-gremlin sit because my foot was falling asleep, so I pulled it out from under me, and now I'm uncomfortable because I want to sit on my foot. So we re-gremlin because it's what we do. little bit of this white to do some brief highlighting on it. Really, it's just going to be like the top of the boot for the edge highlight. And then just along the edges of the belt, really. I'm going to go down a brush size, though, I think, for that. I'm just glad, one, he didn't break, and two, I didn't drop him in paint. Both of those things would have been bad. All right. I'm going to call the silvers on him done. Just enough highlighting. To make him look real good. All right, let's do Stream Raiders. Battle cries in chat. Let's see how this goes. We have lost again. Oh no. The next one will probably be the one that we'll succeed with, but that's going to be Monday. I'm going to go ahead and call it here. I am getting a little tired. I need a little bit of a break. But I do have a wonderful place for us to go raid. It's somebody new that I found through a raid train the other day. Her name is Luna Bacon. She is another Warhammer painter and femme presenting person here on the platform. She's delightful. She's currently painting one of the Christmas squigs, but she's painting it grimdark style as opposed to super bright, which is a lot of fun. So that's where I'm gonna call it for today. I will be back on Monday sometime mid-morning. Once I am up and everyone has had their cinnamon rolls and open presents, we will be back and painting, hopefully with a lot more work done on Santa here. But Santa's looking pretty good. Presents are looking pretty good. I'm having a lot of fun with this piece, but I do need to get it done because I've got to get stuff done. So, without further ado, let's get this raid started. And then I will be back on Monday. Thank y'all for being here. As always, be nice, be kind, be your wonderful selves. My raid call is #PandaParty with my high emote. If you don't have my high emote, use whatever high pillow or howdy emote you have. And then I will see everyone back here sometime Monday on Christmas for a Christmas stream. If you aren't here on Monday or I miss you, have a wonderful holiday if you're celebrating. Otherwise, be here. I'll be chilling. We'll be painting. We're going to have a whole bunch of fun. And then... yeah, then we're going to be back on regular streaming schedule Monday, Wednesday, Friday while I do all the things. Thank y'all again for being here. I will catch everybody after the weekend. Bye, y'all.